Hello. Andyland is mega chonk. What does that mean? I'm not chonk. I'm normal. Hello, Raleigh. Daddy? Hello, Raleigh. Strasta, Electro, K-Bib Gamer. Meow Swalt. Thank you for subscribing. The woman who is next to me in real life, IRL, has just subscribed to me. Massive dub, my fellow gamers. Chonkyland, that's not true. I'm not chonky, okay? I am healthy and normal. Average man. Hi everybody. Oh, yeah, I was looking at this storyboard that I have to animate. So yeah, cool. Okay, so I'm just gonna continue animating from where I left off, which was this crown animation. That I'm good. Ready to work while Mr. Streamer works. Yes, straight white man. Yeah. As they come, for sure. So this is a cartoon, and I'm just gonna continue drawing. Divinity says, I don't work today. Nice, good job. Good job not doing a job. Congratulations. That's great. I'm gonna listen to Deltarune, because I've been kind of obsessed with Deltarune since I got to play it recently and had a fucking blast. So I'm gonna be listening to that on stream as I draw over things. Hi. Hello, Electro, Python guy, friends. Hope everyone's doing a-okay today. Chonky Land, Chonky Daddy Land. Yes. That's awesome. That'll be me when I'm 50 and retired. Got that beer gut and daddy energy, I guess. That'll be awesome. That's like how you know someone's got experience. If you ever go to like school and you see a dude who's like big and beard and bald, and he comes up to like a podium and he's about to start talking, it's like, this guy knows what's up, for sure. The years might not have been easy on the shell, but his brain is ever so full of knowledge and experience. Retired at 50? Damn. No, I'm kidding. I'm definitely will not be retired ever, actually. I don't think I'll ever stop working. So that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna continue drawing until my hands give out. And when my hands give out, I'll just use my fucking mouth. It's really not that hard. How was Deltarune? It was fucking awesome. It was so good. I went into Deltarune thinking like, alright, I saw the potassium jokes, I saw the quirky characters, like, I'm gonna jump into it, I'm gonna be rolling my eyes, it's gonna be so cheesy and random XD, and when I started playing, I'm like, oh, it's so good, and it's not and it's not like cringe at all, really. Because the way that they deliver their jokes, it's kind of like, if the joke was kind of goofy, the delivery makes up for it, and it's kind of like never really like a focus on the punchline. It's just more of a fun thing to enjoy while you're playing the game. It's never like, laugh now. No, it's like, here it is, just a cute joke. I'm just like, I can appreciate that. That's fun. But yeah, it was cool. But now I'm doing like the Snowgrave route, and I haven't done anything about that. I just started it, and like I got to a certain part where like it locks you in. So now it's like no jokes mode, no fun allowed, only serious sadness, which was kind of my intention when I first like started playing it for the first time. But I couldn't bring myself to do like the mean route on my first play, just because like the first decision that you get to choose is replying to Noel saying you're either alone in the closet or you'll go to the library later. And it's like, I can't be mean. I know Susie and Noel have like a thing going on. I'm just gonna go with the wholesome uwu small bean route on my first try. Yeah, I love that. You know, Electro, I can't understand what I'm looking at from far away, but I just know that it's twerking. But that's all I know. I don't know. Must be some character, some Firefox character. Firefox. Your thoughts on the Robo Trio? I love them so much. Funny you say that. The Robo Trio are like my my least favorite characters. I think Robo Trio is like, they're really fun, but like, I don't know. The fights like, it's like, I don't know, like, get out of the fucking way. I'm trying to enjoy everything else. But I'll tell you what, when you go to the shop and like, they're like focused, like on, like you see the close-up, the portraits are so well drawn that like, that's pretty cool. It made me, every time I see that still frame, it makes me go, whoa. The artists really went all out on this one. And the OMG, I just found the on search. Your animation so awesome and hilarious. I'm also animating on Twitch, wondering if you're at all interested in joining my Discord server for Twitch animators. Yeah, sure. Just send me the invite through DMs or whatever you'd like, and I'll jump in on it. But I'll be honest with you, I'm very busy, and I'm not at all active in any of the Discord servers that I'm, you know, including my own, really. I don't really have time for that. But, you know, if you'd like to see my name in there, and if you at me, then I will respond. I did really like watching Ralsei. Is that correct? The correct way of pronouncing it? Ralsei? Yeah, I did like seeing Ralsei dance for sure. It's the peanut dance. Which kind of made me a little like disappointed that people were pointing out Ralsei and being like, it's the peanut dance! Ralsei's doing the peanut dance and only Ralsei! And I'm like, so is Susie, you peanut fans. If you're a real peanut fan, you'd know Susie's doing it too. Oh, check this out. No out of focus. Doesn't become out of focus anymore. Because Hangbox sent me the application that I had to fucking install to turn off auto-focusing. Because Windows doesn't have that normally. Alright, cool. I'll open that link on my tab. And I'll do that later. Andres El Guerrero. That's me. Alright, so I'm just gonna like put these on 2s since we're underwater now. Andres El Guerrero. That's me. Your biggest inspiration designed the trio? No wonder I like them so much. Dumb robot idiots. I mean, the designs are great. The designs are awesome. They're just like... I mean, they're not even bad characters or anything. It's just all the other characters in that game are so fucking well done that in comparison, it's like, okay, you guys are like the funny characters. I get it. Like the other ones like Rousey, Susie, Noelle, Birdley, the Queen. It's like, and even Chris. It's like, oh my god! Like on top of the fact that they have like funny moments, they also got lore, and they've got like they're all different from each other. None of them feel the same, and it's like, I wish human beings in real life like were as interesting as these characters. And I mean, some of them are, but you know, it's kind of funny. Like you stop playing that game and you come out to real life and you go on social media and you see people complaining about like dumb shit, and you're like, why can't you guys be as cool as the NPCs in this game? Why didn't our creator make us as well designed as Toby Fox did with his characters? Yeah, I'm just joking. But yeah, for sure. It's really cool. Really good. Hello, I'm watching from Japan. Holy smokes. From Japan? How do you say hello in Japanese again? Ohayo. Konnichiwa. Perfect. Alright, cool. I'll settle with that. Alright, so I'm just gonna draw over these crowns since now I enjoy the movement. I just have to draw over them. I'm shimping for Andy. I'm a shimper, I'm a shimper. You are but a little simple simper. My little simpling. My simpling. I like that. It's a good word, simpling. It's like a hybrid between a simp and a sapling. Haha. You're very welcome. How do you say very welcome in Japanese? I don't know. Do itashimashite. No?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess you are my little simpling. Thank you for reminding me of that existence, the existence of that Mimi, that Mei. Crown in the water. Have to draw over and over. Hello, Windfall. No. I use a Wacom tablet, but it's very small. It's the smallest as they come, these Wacom tablets. The one that I got. I could draw with my mouse. This is me drawing with my mouse. You know, it's not too different. But, you know, why would I do that when I can just use my tablet? How much was my tablet? It was like a pretty price. It was a pretty penny. So but it's not that pretty, the penny that I used. Let me try to find it. Let's see. Alright, where's the pricing? Products. Come on. Show me the fucking products. That's the one I have. Yes, this one. What the hell? I'm just trying to find out the Wacom tablet, small price. I don't remember. It was like, I don't remember. It must have been like either $90 or $100. Before I like spent, like around $40 on a cheaper tablet. But the problem with that cheaper tablet is that the pen was battery powered. So what I saved up in buying a cheaper tablet, it eventually matched the price of this tablet because they break easier and you have to buy a shitload of batteries anyway. So you might as well just save up on a good tablet. Yeah, I like McDonald's. For sure. McDonald's is epic. I was actually thinking about McDonald's today. I was like, I haven't had a McDonald's meal in so fucking long. And, miss that. I mean, I don't miss it too much because they have a lot of calories. But, you know. It's got that, like, Mickey D's taste that you crave every once in a while. Yeah, Big Macs are pretty cool. Let's make it as hard as possible to show off what we sell, modern web design at its finest. And then when you click on shop now, you get a fucking error message. Okay. So this means it's underwater. Or actually, let's see. Whoa, what happens if I do that? It's like kind of underwater. That's cool. So what I'm gonna do here is the crown's gonna go underwater and it'll fade to white, and then we're gonna cut back to the dog and the reptile, which is a little awkward that we're like panning away from the characters that we're gonna cut back into, but whatever. It's fine, it's fine. And then I have to do some bubbles. The silly antics that I'm up to tonight. Well, the silly antics as usual. That of working on personal projects. Yeah, got the Delta Jam going for sure. Whee. Got bubbles. I need to do bubbles now. That looks pretty cool. Maybe we can even add some like, I was gonna say seaweed and stuff, but we actually want the screen to turn completely white for a bit. I haven't played Cat Notebook, but I have seen the Steam page for it. I'm not sure if you were the one who recommended it, but I did look at the Steam page for it. Yeah, looks cool. Looks cool. I haven't played it, so I can't form an opinion on it. It seems like people have mixed opinions over it. So I'm a little skeptical, but you know, I'm an artist, and so therefore I should enjoy artsy fartsy video games. Cool. The spacebar on your laptop is broken. Please help. Okay. What you gotta do is you got to go on Google and put how to buy new laptop. And that should help you. That should steer you in the right direction. It's an art piece, first game, second. Ah, cool. Yeah, definitely have to like keep that in mind when going into it. Spontaneous organic bubbles, shapes. Just played for the cool music and drawings. Alright. Sounds like a good reason to spend your time on a video game. So yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know about Moon RPG Remix. But I finished that the other day out of sheer will and gamer duty to finish games like that. But my goodness, I did not really enjoy my time playing Moon RPG. I enjoyed the first day of me playing it, but I did not enjoy anything after the first day of me playing it, because there's basically no direction in that game in terms of like how to progress in the video game. It's extremely misleading, and I understand that it's like an anti-RPG, but it feels like it's anti-design, video game design as well. It kind of expects you to figure out things without ever hinting them to you, like a bizarre combination of mushrooms that you have to eat in order to unlock an area, where nowhere else in the game does it ever mention that, or like the fact that you need to have a certain stamina meter in order to beat the game. It doesn't tell you that anywhere. You have to like, there's a part that tells you that you need 10,000 coins in order, or money, yenum in that game, in order to progress. So like I grinded a bunch to get all that fucking money, and it took me like hours and hours, only to figure out afterwards when I searched it up online that you could just go to a character that'll give you like the item that you can buy, completely optional. It's just, what? How was I supposed to know that? I know I say that often, but really, how were you supposed to know that in that case? Goofy game, very goofy game. I feel like it kind of robbed me of my $18 or something. I don't remember. That's what I'm saying, Tumble Dev. For sure. Funny enough, Toby Fox took inspiration from Moon RPG when creating Undertale, which, like, I think Toby met up with the creator and, like, told him how much this game inspired him, which is what inspired the developer for Moon to create its translation officially, like 20 years after 1997. I think I don't know. Toby basically, like, took that idea and made it actually good. Let's make it anti-RPG, but let's make the game still fun to play. It's a shame because, like, the game, like, has features that are fun, like collecting monsters by solving puzzles and trying to figure out their quirks. Like, that part's fun, but that's only 30% of the game. The rest of the game is waiting in place and talking to people at a certain time, which you otherwise would have had no idea if it wasn't for looking up the walkthrough. And you can see many people online, like, if anybody gives a good review of that game online, they always say, very charming game. Now, there were a lot of times I didn't have fun. That's a red flag, buddy. Red flag. Yeah, Moon Remix RPG adventure for sure. And, like, the ending also felt kind of weird. Like, the whole point of the game was that it's, like, anti-violence because there's an enemy character who, like, kills all the monsters and you're supposed to be reviving the monsters. And at the very end, they hit you with this message of go outside and stop playing video games. And, I was like, that was kind of came out of fucking nowhere. And only to figure out that that wasn't going to be the original ending. The original ending had to do with, like, innocently killing innocent creatures in video games, but they removed it because it was too dark, even though it was more fitting. Whatever. It's goofy. Very silly. Glad I got to the stream more than 2 minutes before it ended, like last time. That's right. Thank you for coming early. Oh, you switched to Godot. I think it's how you pronounce that. Yeah, you see, I actually think it's a great idea to jump into Godot. Feels way more like game-centric and has a ton of built-in stuff that in Unity you would have to work to achieve. Definitely. I'm like working with some friends on a Unity project, and it is so much work to get anything done in that game. Like, I've used other game engines, and it seems like Unity, just because it's 3D, anything that you'd think would be simple in any other engine is like a hassle in Unity. So I think jumping to Godot is definitely where it's at. Unless you are like a Unity veteran and you do a lot of 3D games. I'm not sure if Godot's 3D engine is quite there yet, but I have faith. Yeah, I definitely would love to see huge gaming companies like commission smaller developers to make things under their name, experimental stuff, kind of like how Pixar does with their shorts before the actual movie. I'd love to see like some employees do that, but I think employees already do that in their spare time. They usually work for something big on their full time, and they work on their small projects in their own time. And if they worked on the small projects in their own time while using the machines in their company, then it's basically the company's game. Or they try to pitch it to the company in order to make money off of it. a lot of money, at least. But yeah, I agree. That would be great. But I think gaming companies don't really have. Gaming companies aren't very professional for the most part, and I don't think they have a lot of money. So they kind of like to use all the money for the main projects. Alright, so got that like first sequence done. Now let's cut back to the characters like we're done fighting. C# is great, but it doesn't lend well to game development, at least for me. Yes, for sure. Superhot has something like that. They have the Superhot grant, which they give to indies. No way. I didn't know that. We need more companies run by artists like Andy. Yeah, well, just give me a couple of years. If I make a lot of money, I'll definitely put my time and effort into commissioning artists to do whatever the hell they want. Okay, I gotta draw some characters. Gotta make the characters look really beat up. Hire me when you do. Yeah, I'd love to. It's just, well, it's gonna take some time. I'll tell you what. When I release my demo for my video game, or when I release a demo and then I make the game, and if that game, you know, becomes a hit, and I make a shitload of money off of it, then my plan will be to take that money and set some of that money aside so that I can like live humbly for the rest of my life working on things that I want to do, and the other money that I made would be invested in artists to do cool shit. But you know, the chances of being very successful financially with a product are slim. Not impossible, but slim. I'm expecting like to make enough to like have enough money to survive another year working on personal stuff. As long as I, you know, don't live a luxurious life, which I'm not really trying to. I just want to do what I want forever. Easy, right? Yeah, definitely a lot of luck. Luck, talent, and hard work. Don't forget hard work, because I've seen a lot of talented people not work hard enough. But the good news is everything seems to be going according to plan. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm getting paid for it, and I got progress done for the video game I'm making. So Everything's according to plan. It's just a matter of continuing that path. That's very nice of you to say, Ether. That's very nice of you. I've kind of abandoned that whole, like, I've got to be entertaining mindset of this, though. I'm just treating it as a, this is a time to get shit done I can't get during the day. But, you know, maybe that's what I needed. Maybe that, like, I don't care attitude is what lets you relax while live. Oh, he's got a beat up eye. Gross. That was cool though. Maybe we can get kind of like gross with the detail on this semi close-up shot. Develop that same mentality, and I noticed an uptick in my productivity. Yeah, definitely. When you're focusing on trying to say shit on stream, you're not gonna be focusing on getting good work done. So, I've had to like redo a lot of work that I did on stream before just because I was focusing on talking and not on getting the job done. So I don't want to do that no more. What is this? I thought we were listening to Deltarune. This is part of Deltarune? I completely forgot. How do you know when you're working hard? Like, I know you're not supposed to compare yourself to others, but how do you pace yourself to know if you're on track and not lacking behind? Well, it depends on the deadlines that you've set yourself, I suppose. I'm actually not very good at, like, I'm not good at keeping track of things in a balanced way, right? So what I do is I just go all or nothing, essentially. It's either goof off or work every single fucking day of your life. And since I'm like bad at like managing that kind of stuff, if I never stop working, then it will get done. And that's kind of risky because you can like burn yourself out that way, but that's kind of what I do. I've been working like non-stop until somebody says like, hey Andy, you need to like take a break, and then like I take a break for a day and then I go back to being non-stop machine. But it depends on also what you're trying to do. Let's say you have a minute and 25 animation. That's 60 seconds plus 25, so 85 seconds, right? And if you have, if you're working on 10 frames per second, or actually, yeah, you got 85 seconds. Let's say you want to get like 5 seconds done. Like first you gotta do some of the animation and see usually how much work you get done in a day. I usually, in the music video I'm currently working on, I usually get 4 to 5 seconds done in a day. And that's because like I'm putting a lot of love in every shot. So with that in mind, you just like divide Well, you just divide, let's say 85 by, if you divide it by 4, let's say 5 seconds, then it'll take you 17 days. So you just have to make sure in those 17 days to get 5 seconds done each day. If it means, you know, like not sleeping a little late to get something done, that's what you gotta do in order to get it done in that time frame. So that's like a good way. That's how I measure my projects. I just say how much can I get done in a day, and or how much I want to get done in a day, and then yeah, do the math. Yeah, sometimes I go a bit overboard and I try to like work every day all the time, and that's not good because at some point like you slow down and you're not productive and you need to catch a break. Cool. Beat up dog. But yeah, I think scheduling like might help. I'm not good at like scheduling with hours. I can't do like 8 to 12 a.m. you work out and eat breakfast, and then 1 to 5 you work on something, and then from 6 to 7 you take shower and dinner, and then from 8, because what happens is you wake up at fucking 1 by accident, and then your whole fucking thing dominoes into chaos. So what I like to do is Monday, work on music video. Tuesday, work on game dev. Wednesday, you know, give me the whole day to focus on one thing, and I see progress done that way. But yeah, I guess it depends on who you are. Atomic Habits by James Clear. Cool.
I read that book.
You read that book?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
It's really good.
Cool.
It's super interesting.
Interesting. I'm not very good at reading books. That is an atomically bad habit of mine.
I think you already know. But maybe they're extreme.
Yeah. Bit extreme, some might say. Hello, it's a boy, Fire Dragon. Yeah. I blame school for me not liking to read, because if it wasn't for school forcing me to read a bunch of shit I don't like, maybe I would have given it a chance. The only time I can ever read things is, number one, when it's horror, because horror fascinates me, and number two, when I'm on an airplane and there's literally nothing else to do. So like nothing distracts you from reading. But when you're reading, it's like, oh, I got a notification on my phone. Let me just check that real quick. Haha, it's a funny meme. And then you go look at a bunch of other memes and you come back to your book and you're like, I don't want to know what this room looks like. I don't want to read 5 paragraphs to know that there's a purple chair and a freaking cobweb in the corner. Whatever. Actually, I don't like that. Hey, that's a beat up jaw if I ever did see one. Let's give it some hair. Let's rough them up a bit on the edges. Wow! That adds so much. That's great, Loose Juice. Definitely, if you have like a very relaxed schedule and you're still in school, use that to your advantage. Because when you get out of school, it's like next thing to fucking impossible to work on anything. Like I've spent a lot. I kind of regret spending a lot of time as a high schooler, like doing nothing but playing the same fucking video game over and over again when I could have been like. Possibly like getting better at art or something. But also I don't kind of regret that because I had a shitload of fun doing that. So you also have to have fun. But yeah, like that's some type of free time you're not gonna get back. Your years in high school and easy college if you go to easy college. Like I was able to get some stuff done in high school where I'm just like, how the fuck did I have time to do that? Like, oh yeah, because you don't have a job or terrible like assignments. That's cool. I kind of like regret not going to like an easy college. I feel like a perfect art college should be like an easy one where you're hanging around with a bunch of epic artists that inspire you, because then you could be your own teacher. But I guess that depends on the type of person you are. Some people need that fire in their ass, or on fire below their ass, not inside of it. I needed fire on my ass when it came to learning 3D, otherwise I wouldn't have learned it, so I have that to thank. Alright, so that's a beat up dog. Now I have to do the reptile. Should go beat up dog. Isn't that what you're doing now, but without paying tuition? Yeah. Wait, what part? The thing, the problem with like outside of school is that you have to worry about money now, or you have to worry about money more, because now I got bills to pay and I need to find like jobs that I can take to continue living. You know, when you get a job that you want to work on, that's like glory, because you get to have fun and also feed yourself. But for the most of the time, the things that make money are things you don't want to do. It's very rare, at least from my experience. this is supposed to be, like, yeah, just straight lines. You're qualified for a bunch of indie studio jobs now. Nice! Oh my god, you found a programming position at place that did Bugsnax and Octodad? Yeah, you should do that. You should try to get in on that. That sounds like a blast and also a great learning experience. Bugsnax. You know, I really do think there are some studios that like focus, that have like spend some of their money on like a smaller team within that studio to make smaller games. There's like a purple cat farming game that's stemmed from a big studio. So I think some companies do that. Not as much as, you know, you'd like, but some people are doing that, I think. It'd be cool to have like this dude's fists like circling like this, like boxing. It's more work, but I think it's worth it. Let's add a little highlight on this blood drop. Ooh, ooh, that looks splendid. Yeah, being a programmer is like the best idea in this day and age. Ty, thank you for following. Yeah, everybody needs programmers. You got game developers, software developers, web people, engineers, and anything. You need programming of any type. Splendid little dog man onto the reptilian. This is going to be a little harder. Now, I was thinking how cool it would be to have AI in video games in the the sense of like them coming up with AI generated dialogue and AI generated models and AI generated like visuals and music. I think that would be so cool. I hope that's where like the future of video games is headed to, where you got like those, like instead of procedurals you have AI generated like rooms. Like that would be so sick because you'd never get tired of that. This is an animation that that's supposed to be a collaboration with a couple of friends. So this is what I got so far. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, number 8000. So yeah, that's what I got going on so far. If programming AIs gets better, could definitely happen. Nice. Just train an AI to program AI. Program an AI to know how to program. Or program an AI to teach another program how to program. Easy. Thanks, Ty. I might have to shrink this a little bit. Program an AI that programs the AI that programs. Yeah. I mean, how does AI work? AI works by feeding things into the program and then correcting it. So just teach it, input a bunch of like Google programming classes into a AI, and then that can teach a program and then fix the things that it gets wrong, and then it can teach other programs how to program. You can create an artificial programmer. Input the AI into itself, exactly. Yeah, you get it. Gumpy Dev, thanks for following. You know, I think I'm running on a Zoom meeting right now with the webcam, so it might like turn itself off and then I have to turn it back on. So that might happen later. Yeah, just plug a surge protector into itself for infinite power, of course. You know, I read this hypothetical somewhere where like what happens if you take a box and you open the box and then like you shine a light into it, and then and it's a box full of mirrors, like the box is mirrors inside, like this is mirrors down here, and what happens if you flashlight in there, immediately close the box, like what would happen? Would the light just keep bouncing in there forever and you'd have infinite light bouncing off these mirrors until you open it back up and then you have like the light come out? What would happen? Where would the light go? I wonder. This is the best song in chapter 2. The light sleeps in the box. Schrodinger. How do you pronounce it? Schrodinger? Schrodinger? The Schrodinger's light box. The lights may or may not be on inside of the refrigerator. Is the light turned off in the refrigerator? Schrod.
It would be such a waste of energy.
You only know once you open it.
It would be horrible to smell.
Every time light bounces off of mirrors, it loses 1% of its power, so after a few seconds it dies. Where does it go? What do you mean it dies?
Does it turn into black?
Yeah, where is the light's corpse?
Like if you put a light in a box and sealed it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It creates anti-light. Schrodinger's cat rig. It's not broken until an animator uses it. The character rig may or may not be broken until an animator uses it.
Who said that? Do they make rigs?
Yeah. That's a good meme. Maybe he's got like a chipped tooth, actually. I don't know. If you divide a number by 0, is that number made up of infinite nothings? If you divide 0 by 0, does that nothing contain infinite nothings? Yes!
Can't divide by 0. I learned that in math class.
That's just the rules. Alright? That's just the rules. So another banger. Maybe they like back away slowly when they're beat up. I think that's what's gonna happen here. They back away slowly. It's like a truce. Yeah, powerful lip bite. It's like cracked lips. Cool. I love carving out like pencil strokes, taking like the eraser tool and then shaping it, like making it sharper on the edges or something. That looks so good. guess it's just kind of like manual pencil brush thickness, I guess. Bit of a tangent there. No likey. That's better. Actually, let's fill in this reptile and with white, because I might have to export this as an image sequence, and when they figure out that the drawings aren't fully filled in, they'll be mad at me. They'll be like, Andy, I can see the background behind your characters, what the fuck? I'll be like, I'm so sorry, I animated white on white. It was so stupid of me. Susie is your girlfriend. This is canon. Susie belongs to Noel. Alright, or nobody, depending on I guess your route in the game. Feels like you can romance any of your party characters in that game. I wouldn't be surprised if you can like cause some heartbreaks in the long run in that game. Did I spoil anything? I don't feel like I spoiled anything. See ya. Hello, Finn. Yeah. That looks good. Hey, give him the old, I don't know. Bip-bop, thanks for following. Alright, so... yeah. That's all. Actually, okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do now is I'll just have to draw like the head one more time, and I can loop that, and then I have to redraw the body, connecting it to the rotating fists. How is Meg doing? Meg, how are you doing? Everybody's doing good. Cool, Meg's good. Actually, we were like about to, I was about to have Meg on stream today, but it was like 7:30, and I had to like move monitors and keyboards in order to not like stream in the same room, and it turned out to be a pain in the ass, so we're just gonna hold off till some other time. Now it's time for me to be a big shot. Yeah, I saw a very funny meme that said everybody after playing Deltarune, and it shows Patrick Bateman from forgot the name of that movie, American Psycho, going into the office while listening to the song. It's very funny. Everyone loves this song. It's definitely the one that stands out from the rest of the soundtrack. almost fluent in Japanese. You know what that means, right? We're gonna be able to play Japanese games. That'll be so cool. There's so many untranslated games. Almost halfway there. Progress is progress. Moon RPG's already translated. Yeah, you can play it in Japanese if you so wish to. Is it okay if I turn the AC off? It just hasn't stopped making sounds for a while. It hasn't stopped making noise since we turned it on, probably because the door is open and I can't close the door without my microphone sounding like a bathroom. Alright, the soundtrack's basically done now, so I'm just gonna go listen to anything else. Oh, you know what? I want to listen to Persona Dancing All Night OST. That one is fun. Oh, when you got to the secret boss, you found a glitch that lets you shoot infinite blasts. I've heard about that, actually. I saw a YouTube video on that. Funny you mention that. Must have made it very easy. How unfortunate. Just don't use the glitch. Yeah, this OST does bop. It's a banger. Sure, I'll listen to it at some point. Okay. Sure. Won't click on it. You're embarrassed by the music you listen to? Are you kidding me? I listen to garbage. You can't be embarrassed by music. Unless it's like... I don't know. I guess you could be embarrassed by music, but... it must be like really, really embarrassing crap. But I listen to garbage. I'm not afraid to admitting it. Alright, cool. So we got the body and the head and idle animation. And the fists are we're doing that. So that's pretty cool. Now we just have to animate the arms connected. Very fun. Happy Hardcore and I'm Proud. I don't know that one. Happy Hardcore. What are some embarrassing things that I listen to? I guess you could say like there's like a Pokemon Christmas special from like the 90s that has like the original voice actors singing really cheesy Pokemon rhymes, but it's like really fucking catchy, so every once in a while I come back to it. In fact, we'll listen to that after we're done with Persona. Opinions on country music. I don't know. I'm not really... I don't mind it at all. But you just gotta be in the mood for it, I guess. If you listen to it for too long, it gets kind of repetitive. But I actually like it. You just gotta be in the mood. Like if you're traveling across country, across state, a couple of states, like that's the best shit to listen to on the road. That Mario cast. Yeah, it had me in tears last night for sure. What can I say? It's gonna be a train wreck of a film. It's gonna be. You'd think that. So it's funny enough. I had an interview with like the people who recruited for Illumination back when I was in college, and they said, "Well, do you have any questions for us?" And I was like, "This must have been like years ago." I was like, "Yeah, how's that Mario movie gonna go along?" And they said, "Well, we don't even have a director for it at the moment, and like Nintendo has full control over it." And they said that they don't want anything to do with like the first movie that they've ever made. And so you'd think with like that, it's implied that they don't want to fall into the same mistakes as the first movie. But with that casting call, it looks like they're gonna make the same mistakes. Are you kidding me? Why would they not have the Mario? Why would they get Chris Pratt to voice act Mario? What the fuck? I mean, the only reason why you'd want to do something like that is like if you're trying to like fit into a Hollywood film. And like Nintendo's not Hollywood, so this is gonna be so awkward to see like the characters that are like made out of love fall into the most stereotypical and formulaic fucking bullshit. It's gonna be hilarious, absolutely, but in the wrong way. It's gonna be like I'm gonna go. In fact, I'll feel bad giving them money just because of how, like, because I don't want to see more content like that, but it's going to be a fucking blast if you go watch it ironically with a couple of friends. Noise rock? I love it. I love noise rock. I love prog rock and all that shit. Like shoegaze and that kind of shit? Yeah. It's real fun. They asked Andy to be the director. You know, I'm a Nintendo veteran. I've been playing their video games for a while. You should make me the director. They'll do a, whoa, we're going into the game world type of plot. You know, I really hope that's not the case. I don't think I could go watch another film like that. Oh, if it really is like that, it's going to be so annoying. We're going to see live action Chris Pratt playing a video game, gets sucked into the game. Whoa, I'm Mario now. Ugh. I can't watch it. I can't watch that. What the heck, dude? What is that? A piranha plant? I can't do that. Let's choose the world. Everyone is fighting over everything. The script changed so much it was unrecognizable and the actors gave up on memorizing the script. They had to lock the directors out of the editing. That's so fucking funny. Alright, well, if you think this will be better, I believe you. I'm counting on you. I think this is gonna be, I don't know. It's gonna be trash for another reason, I guess. I just really don't want, like, another fucking emoji movie reskinned as Mario. Alright. I guess we can't really judge it until the trailer is out. But things are not looking too bright. It's all gonna be animated? That's good, that's a relief. At the very least. What if, like, it's an animated version of Chris Pratt? Like, it doesn't even look like Mario. It looks like a characterized 3D model of Chris Pratt that just happens to be wearing Mario's outfit. That'd be pretty interesting. You know, they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna do that. They're probably gonna redesign the characters a little bit to make them look like the voice actors. That's like a stupid rule that some animation companies like to do. The character designs have to look like the voice actors. I don't care what you had in mind. If Tom Holland voice acts it, it needs to look like Tom Holland. Okay. That's true, Xylo. Well, see, the problem is, they're trying to be creative and make a lot of money at the same time. And when they want to make a lot of money, they have to not take risks, which is a huge problem. All of the successful beginnings of those companies have been thanks to risks. The sound leveling of these tracks are different. Whoa! Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Hangbok. 10 gifted subs. Holy moly. Happy Friday indeed. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good one. Hangbok, check this out. See? No autofocus. Works. The program worked. Now I can do all sorts of movements and I won't be scared of unfocusing. Thank you so much, Hangbok, for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. That really means a lot. Oh man, this animation is gonna look good once I finish it. Cool, I'm glad you're doing good. We were just talking about the Mario casting voice actors. Mary Squid. Whoa. How you doing? I popped into your stream earlier today, and it was really funny. I was about to say something on your stream, and then it got rated with 92 people as you were staring at someone's cosplay of Scooby-Doo or something, and I was like, ah, yes. Raids always happen at the best moment, don't they? Ah, shucks. Yeah. That's annoying. I had to make sure to, like, before I moved into this apartment I'm living in, I had to make sure to pay, like, a pretty penny to make sure my internet's good, because otherwise they treat you like shit. So I have to pay, like, an extra 100 or something in order to make sure, like, my internet's high speed and I don't have problems. Annoying. Internet companies are greedy as fuck. But yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Mary. Oh, gotcha. It has its own internet that you have to rely on. Weird. Everyone was fucking drunk as hell while they were making the first Mario movie. I can see that. It kind of adds to the charm, though. You know, I couldn't bring myself to finish watching the first Mario movie, but I did get to the part where they were inside of an elevator, and then, like, the door opened and they, like, high-fived or something. Like, that was kind of cool. But, you know, that whole, like, part with Bowser being a dude, talking about his evil plan or something, I was just like, I literally don't care. Finn says that's one of my favorite films. I can see it. I can see why you'd like it so much. I like the original, like, I like the Mario Netflix, well, not, it's Netflix now, but it used to just be a television show. I like that old Mario Brothers TV show, the one that's action-packed with animation errors. I think it's a lot of fun to watch. Hey, put him up, Buster, put him up. That's a lot of fun. That's a fun little loop. Oh, Jurassic Park was released when the Mario movie released. How unfortunate. They were hoping to make money just straight off of brand recognition. How to destroy your audience 101. Rely solely on brand recognition. If you do drugs, you go to hell and die. Thanks, Captain Luau, I think his name was. But Mario does mushrooms. Is Mario going to hell? I'll be taking a mental health break in a couple of weeks. That includes uninstalling Twitter from my phone. Absolutely. That is a requirement if you're trying to find peace of mind. Remove Twitter from your phone. Can't tell you how many times I opened up Twitter, read something I really didn't want to read, and then kind of put me in a sour mood for the next 5 hours. It's a good idea. Oh, you're gonna miss drawing? Oh. Well, you could always like do comfort drawings, but also I can understand if you want to take like a break of drawing as well. It feels good to like stop drawing for a bit if you do it too often, and then when you come back to it, you like remember how much fun it is. If you do it too much, you kind of like forget how fun it is to just put your ideas on the screen. That's why I like to balance 2D and 3D. It's like if I get tired of drawing, I just switch to 3D, and then if I get tired of 3D, I go back to 2D, and it kind of refreshes itself out. Nice! Live 2D. Yeah, your rigs are really cool. For the win. The only reason you post your art to Twitter is because you want to make internet art friends. And like, that's like the best reason to do that. Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that I have like work to do, I would like go and reach out to a bunch of mutuals and be like, "We want to collaborate, please." But I know if I like go and do that now, I'll just not be able to like withhold my part of the deal because I've once again bit more than I can chew. But it's like so cool to like when you get like a response from a mutual who says yes, let's collaborate, and you actually get like things done together. Like that's the best feeling in the world. A Hello Kitty movie is being made as a live-action animated hybrid. Hello Kitty could have been so appealing if it was entirely animated. I would actually be super fucking pumped if I like worked on a Sanrio thing. Aw, they had the fucking opportunity to make like the cutest thing to hit theaters, and they had to go and make it live action. Gross. Adam Sandler is Hello Kitty. That's great. If Adam Sandler was Hello Kitty, it must have been like the story of like a retired old dude who like or like a old dude whose job is to play as Sanrio, like mascot at a football game or out in front of the store in New York City. And then he gets sucked into the Sanrio world. See Adam Sandler going, "What the heck? Where am I?" There's a bunch of cute characters prance around him. I'd pay money to watch that, maybe. Has there ever been one where mutuals were just like, hey, let's not get things done together and just never start anything and feel good? I mean, I feel like a lot of people, there's a lot of, that definitely happens where you reach out to Twitter friends, you say, let's do something, yeah, and nothing ever happens because you never do anything other than just play around with the idea. But, you know, ideally you'd like to do stuff. Oh, I know that there's a bunch of great OVAs for sure. But I want to see one like modern. I wouldn't mind seeing like a stylized 3D modern one. But yeah, I mean the hand-drawn ones from 90s are fantastic. There's also a Tamagotchi film that's like hand animated on YouTube if you guys enjoy cute stuff. The story is kind of all over the place and it's a little too kiddie, but it's still fun to watch. If anything, for like animation inspiration. In the art chat, let's go look at what Mary Squid's working on. Oh, fighting animation. Wow. Look at her go. What's that for? I wonder. That's cool. Looks like a fighting game. That's really neat. It's cool that that's being done in live 2D. That's really creative. That's cool. Good job. Oh, character selection screen. Oh, that's awesome. Oh. Yeah, that's really neat. Character selection screen. Those are a lot of fun to animate. And a lot of work too. Depending on how many characters you have in mind. See, never be ashamed of your music taste when I'm listening to this on stream. Five to six. Okay, that's a good chunk. Yeah, look at that elbow. This looks like a character that'd be in a character selection screen. Beat up dog. Yeah. Cool. Yep, slow and steady. It's coming alive. I could just go through and like copy and paste these drawings instead of redrawing them, but I kind of like redrawing them. It looks more real. This song is so good. Spearing. Yes. Actually, I'll put like a tag there so I can just loop it instead of having to replay it myself all the time. There we go. That's looking nice. I never played a Persona game. I've only played the rhythm Persona games. I'm not interested in playing the dungeon crawler sections. If there was like a ROM hack for Persona, or whatever you call it, where you could just like go through the friendship segments without having to go through those huge dungeon mazes, like maybe I'll play that. But I don't want to sink hours and hours onto grinding and finding my way through a dungeon maze. There was a time in life for me to play those games, and that time is no longer here. That was high school. Back when I had time to burn. The original creator of both Hangiyadon, Fishman, and That's Maru, Penguin and Half Cross Eyes is on Twitter. Nice! I like it when epic creators are on twitter.com so I can follow them and see what they are up to. They're ready to duke it out. They have been duking it out. This is kind of like the result of them duking it out. That's why they're all beat up now. But yeah, I mean, they are kind of, they're in that position of, yeah, you want to keep at it? I got more in me. I think at this point I'm just going to start merging the layers together. It's kind of getting chaotic. I can handle it. I can handle the layers merged into one. It's a wrong road. Soapy Cats, thanks for following. Whoa! Haha, look at that robot go! That's a cool robot. Hello. I like seeing the chat dancing. It's a good soundtrack.
It's a wrong road. My friends keep you on the good path.
Getting there.
Take your wrong turn.
That's so cool. That's like half pixel art, half traditional animation. Oops, I forgot about this little scar that's popping in and out. That's incredible. Miyamoto, like, doesn't treat his IPs seriously. Of course it's funny. The movie's a fucking joke. Of course it's funny. Link's last name is Link. I'm Mario. He's Luigi Mario. No, I have not heard about... Wait. Is that like... No, I don't think I have heard of that. Sandbox. Is it like a musician? Oh, it's a spiritual successor to Gary's mod. Yeah, is that the one where they look like this? Let me draw it real quick. They look like the characters look like they're from they look like that, yeah. They look like they're from, what's it called? Fanboy and Chum Chum. Yeah, I think I follow the spiritual successor. Sure, let's go with that. Look at me, I'm the new Gary's Mod mascot. Yeah, they look funny. You know, a lot of people are kind of angry about it, but I could get used to it. I think it definitely fits like the tone of the game, which is just goofing around. Eclipse Gary's Mod, what does that mean? Like, be better? Mary Squid put something on our channel. Oh. Currently shitting, of course. That's amazing. Yeah, that's the future of puppeting. Just a rig, a 2D rig, and just some fun to be had. That's really cool. Definitely a lot of potential there. That's kind of how I treat the application Monster Mash. I think I'm gonna do another animation using Monster Mash. We can just take drawings, turn them into 3D rigs, and play around with it. When will you be a VTuber? Have you guys seen that interview with what's the actor's name from Lord of the Rings?
What?
What's the actor's name from Lord of the Rings?
Which actor?
The actor.
Frodo?
Yeah.
I forgot.
Frodo Baggins, sir. That's
Elijah Wood.
Oh yeah, Elijah Wood. Have you guys seen that interview where where they go, where he goes, when will you wear wigs? That's how I feel like when you ask me when I'm gonna be a VTuber. Here's the clip.
Photo shoots you do with Vogue magazine and Cosmopolitan and Entertainment Weekly, Time magazine, your hair changes dramatically from short to long. Do you wear wigs?
No, I do not.
Have you worn wigs?
No, I have not.
Will you wear wigs?
Maybe.
When will you wear wigs?
That laugh is the most iconic thing I've ever seen.
God, that fucking cracks me up every time. When will you be a VTuber, Andy? I don't know. That scared the shit out of me. I'm happy not having one, but if you guys really want me to have one, maybe someday I'll get around to doing it. Maybe I'll commission someone to do one for me. But I like showing my face. Maybe I could have, what I was thinking was I could have a little puppet VTuber that is below me, and kind of mimics me. So that way I have, or maybe I could put it behind me and over my shoulder. I can have a little VTuber that mimics me and behind me. Just for fun. It'll be kind of like a pirate with its parrot kind of relationship chemistry. And everything I say will be echoed through him at a higher pitch and lower volume. That would be a good bit. Yeah, that was definitely a joke interview for sure. But Frodo Baggins wasn't in on it. When will you wear wigs? Classic. If I become a VTuber, I don't know. I was gonna say, will my viewership go up? And then I was like, and then I thought to myself, why would I give a shit about that? Who cares? You have returned. A Sleepy Tom VTuber real quick. Sure. I mean, Juno has already made me a little PNG tuber of Sleepy Tom. It's very cute. A little Sleepy Tom that mimics my every move. Could be fun. Maybe I'll get Meg to be the VTuber. How do you feel about that, Meg?
What, me being a VTuber?
Yeah, you could be the VTuber in my stream. We'll get you to be a super hot furry VTuber model, right?
Okay.
And people will come in and be like, "Oh my freaking gosh, that is so cool." Yeah, we'll get Mary Squid to do it. Oh, that'd be great. Needs to be a fucking sexy ass and cute furry VTuber anime girl with big hazonkers. And you know, that'll be perfect. That'll get all the viewers riled up. And I'll be the caveman who's drawing, you know, the background entertainment. Because everyone simps for the drawing. Honkabadongas. Big milkers even. Bahugas. Jugs. And other things. That's cheating. You're manipulating the chemicals in the brain. Click on the video. By seeing those mammalian protuberances. Just kidding, it's not cheating. It's a strategic, it's a strategy. It's a strategic technique. An NVIDIA leak. Oh, games got leaked. I thought NVIDIA, like, I don't know, like graphic updates or something. Did you see that the processing power of the new update will be increased? Okay. What games got leaked? No, I haven't seen anything about that. Anything interesting? Or just a bunch of random shit I don't know anything about? Oh, thank God we're getting there. That's cool. Bunch of good stuff? Okay, cool. Alright, well I think this dog is almost there. Just gotta tidy up a couple of pixels. And then I'll go onto the reptile. Do the same thing to the reptile. And then I'll make them slowly back up away from the scene. What is the dog doing? He's ready to fight. Chrono Cross Remaster and Final Fantasy Tactics re-released. Wow! Remaster and re-releases and ports and other of the same. Cool. Man, I can't get enough of these library of funny gifts you got, Mary. Man, what is this song? It's true jazz. You guys are going nuts on the piano. Oh, they're currently shitting friend, of course. It's a good mascot. I'll give them that. Okay. He's eating burger. Alright, on to doing the lizard now. How fun. You know, I went back to a company's website that I used to work on to see how they were doing because I didn't like them. So I was kind of hoping that they were like bankrupt or something. And then I found out that their website says, we are now accepting Bitcoin as form of currency for exchanging production. It's like, you're gonna accept Bitcoin for what? Like, are you gonna pay your fucking animators in Bitcoin? I'm just like, so glad I got out of there. Imagine if they accept Reddit Karma. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did, to be honest with you. Imagine, imagine having to pay rent and then being like, I'm sorry, my company only paid me in Bitcoin. Will Bitcoin suffice? Get the fuck out. Get out of here. Fucking schmucks. Yeah, sure, it depends on how much it's worth. That's how every currency works. But you don't really pay things with Bitcoin for the most part. Especially not animation productions. Barely. They barely get paid. I have friends in fucking LA who get paid less than people who work at restaurants for like companies that work on the VFX for like Avatar films. You'd think that like animators straight off of college would be able to make more than minimum wage on VFX studios in LA. Nope. Cool. The good news about this character I'm animating is I don't have to, I just have to rotate the arm in the back and the rest can stay wobbly and still. Since he's got another broken arm. Just stay still. They threatened to blacklist the voice actor of Ed and Eddie for asking for a raise after working on it for 9 years. Yeah, the entertainment industry has and always will be poopy. That's annoying. Would I consider working in the industry again if they unionized? I don't know. I would only work on the industry if it's a company I trust and if it's on projects that I think are worth spending time into. Because I've just recently found myself in a comfy spot where I'm getting to make the things I like and get paid enough to live off of it. So I kind of want to continue building on this tower, this metaphorical tower that I'm building. But if I ever get tired of it and there's a company that's making something fucking awesome that I want to be a part of, then sure, I might consider it. But good luck, right? Because most of the companies will look at me and be like, so what have you been working on in the past 3 years? I'm like, my own work? They're like, oh, no way, Jose. We only hire people who have industry experience. And I'd be like, cool. But actually, that wouldn't happen if the people are cool. I know a lot of cool people are just like, hey, we like your stuff, get on board. So, that's pretty cool. Yeah, actually I have heard about him quitting voice acting and got a new career from that. What a shame. He was a great voice actor too. My jam got on. never get tired of those twerking animations. Yep, that's totally fair to leave the job. Very fair. There's not a lot of places I could like work in, to be honest. I don't think like what I do is popular. It's only popular in like indie stuff, and indie stuff is indie, not company. Maybe that'll shift over time. Back from homework purgatory. Glad to see you've made it back alive. Can you guys fucking believe that I got a fucking paycheck from Newgrounds like not too long ago? Apparently I got like a prize for like best original cartoon of the month, which is like a new thing they were doing. And I was like, this is the first time I got a paycheck from Newgrounds. This is a fucking like, this is a step in the right direction. It was only $100, but like that's $100 from Newgrounds. That's crazy. Like it was like, imagine my face of shock to receive an inbox from Tom Fulp saying, "Hey, what's your PayPal?" It's crazy. That blew my fucking mind. Never would have thought that would have happened in my life. Thank you. You get bullied on Newgrounds, Mary? No! That sucks. Don't get bullied on Newgrounds. Oh, why would you? What the heck? Newgrounds is such a nice community for most of its part. I mean, there's a couple of mean people that came from over there, but that's annoying. I get a couple of mean comments every now and then over there, but I think they're funny. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. NSFW artists do get bullied a lot in Newgrounds. You know, I think the reason... Let me lower the volume a bit. I think the reason as to why that happens is because I think Newgrounds like tries to value like original content, because people who visit there are kind of tired of like the algorithm choosing stuff for them on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and stuff. And the thing is, like, the way that Newgrounds operates is like the best, like that, the top like animation of the day usually relies on how many people decide to click on it, right? And guess what? If you put like a really like borderline NSFW lewd thing as a thumbnail, you're gonna get a lot of people to click on it. And then the people who like come into the site looking for like quality stuff, they see like Yeah, they get tired of NSFW, I guess. I don't know. They're like, ugh, another horny thing. Like, I'm tired of seeing horny thing on front page. And it's like, bro, like, where else are horny artists supposed to go to? Or not horny artists, NSFW artists are supposed to go to. Like, Twitter is a fucking hellhole. Like, this is the only other place. Or one of the other few places. That's annoying. I feel sorry for you that you had to get bullied for your work over there. That's not fair. I'm just sitting here. I'm just drawing pictures, okay? Leave me the freak alone. Stepford. What's up? Thanks for following. Speaking of new grants. Oh yeah, there's a lot of new kids on the site thanks to Friday Night Funkin'. You know, I was kind of shocked when in that latest animation, a lot of people were commenting saying, "Dream, dream," and it's like, Newgrounds, people who grew up with Newgrounds wouldn't be saying that. That's new blood right there. But I don't, you know, it's like a double-edged sword because it's like new people, so it's gonna be full of kind of like a lot of rookies who do things wrong. So that's kind of annoying. But on the other hand, it's like you are like recruiting future hot big shots. So future hot shots. So it's good to have like a new, you know, more people in to grow up and get good. Cause like I was new once, you know, back in 3rd grade. I've made my fair share of shitty Mario Brothers parody animations that I had to delete out of embarrassment later on. Yeah. And there's kind of this culture, well, yeah, definitely. And it's always like kind of, if you grew up on Twitter, there's anything you sexualize is a 50% chance of someone getting mad for you sexualizing it. So I guess it's tough for NSFW artists out there. A lot of kids getting exposed to that shit on Twitter too. I feel kind of bad for that. You're not supposed to see that. Yet. Get off Twitter. Yeah, that no minors allowed on the bio sure does wonders, right? That goes right over their heads. Alright, cool. I just have to finish animating well, I gotta put the tears here and this arm, and then I have to make them slowly bounce backwards. Twitter stinks. Wario said so. I trust Wario. It's hard to draw boundaries on the internet when websites are trying to cater to everyone. Well said, well said. Yep. Everybody's trying to cater to everyone at the same time for more advertisement money. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Discord has kind of enabled that last part too. What you said there. It's like It's just it wouldn't be a problem if creepy people didn't exist. And yet it happens. Yeah. Like all the cancellation that happens on Twitter with artists always stems from Discord conversations, so it's like, sheesh. Something needs to be done about that. And it keeps happening too, over and over and over again. Yep. I can't, like, I don't know. I have such a hard time, like, deciding how to feel about parents monitoring. I mean, I guess they should monitor. Like, it depends how old you are, I suppose. But, like, I guess I've got a biased view because I grew up without any monitoring of any kind on the internet. But like you never saw me like doing stupid shit online. Like I never, like I feel like I was smart about it. I was like, just don't talk to, well, I don't know. I talk to weird people now that I look back on it. Maybe I was just lucky I didn't land on a bad situation. But I remember like playing Lego games online, and then like I was hanging out with someone and they would just say like the creepiest shit ever, and I'd be like, I'm not gonna hang out with you anymore. And this was like way before Twitter. Yeah, definitely. You can't use technology to take care of your children. Definitely be aware of what they do. But at the same time, it's like, let them watch, like, I don't know, like back in the day, like I would watch YouTube poops, you know? Like I would hate to like have my mom come in and see me watching a YouTube poop and being like, okay, no more YouTube poop. Like they said shit on it. It's like, but mom, it's so funny. Like I would be so fucking mad if I wouldn't have been able to watch YouTube poops as a kid. But at the same time, you know, there's a lot of animations I wish I didn't see when I was a kid. So, double-edged sword, I suppose. Yeah, I played Club Penguin a lot too. Club Penguin was a lot of fun. Yeah. You always think you're the smartest person when you're around like 13 to 16. You think you're hot shit. And then you look back on it and you go, "Oh no." It's kind of funny. Tinner Me? I don't know anything about that. It was around that time I got into Vocaloid. Oh, that's so cool. I just played, I'm not sure if you guys know about Blockland. But this is where like I was in 4th grade. And this is where I spent like all of my time. And I would just be playing like this game constantly. It was just online Lego. I mean, like, I think I played that for like 8 years straight. 8 years straight since 4th grade. I made a lot of friends there. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Oh, it was so cool. The funniest shit was like there were servers where they did like family role playing, and it was basically like Dollhouse. And I would have like a friend back in middle school, or actually he's still my friend, and we would always make fun of people who would go into family RPs. Sometimes we'd go into them like ironically and role play as like a baby. Oh god, it was so fucking hilarious. Oh man. But then there were like awesome servers where like you could like there was like zombie servers, and the support for add-ons was huge. So people were constantly like making models and textures for the community. It was so cool. Nowadays, kids are in COD chat and Xbox Live chat. I was in COD as well when I was around 14. I also went into COD. Those Modern Warfare 2 lobbies were something else. Not in the good way. I made a lot of friends playing Lego games online. I made a lot of enemies playing Call of Duty on my Xbox. Lots of enemies there. It was so easy to get people mad in that game. So easy. Still is. I'd also, my stupid like kid self would click on a bunch of like MMO ads back on Newgrounds. There was a bunch of like weird MMO games like Seven Dragons or some shit like that, and I would spend a lot of time on that, but I never understood what the hell was going on in those games. I just like explored and grabbed a couple of items here and there, but I never like did the quests because I didn't want to read. Yeah, lots of RuneScape. Oh, good memories. Going to computer class and playing RuneScape. Got to a point where all I did was like, back in middle school, would just be go to the computer room to play like the Powder game and RuneScape with friends. Got to the point where like the computer teacher got mad with me. Go outside and play soccer and get your fucking ass beat instead of having fun with your friends in a computer room. Well, guess what? Guess what I'm doing right now? I'm having fun in my computer room by myself and people online. Take that, computer teacher. Nothing has changed. I didn't learn anything. Yeah, the Powder sandbox toy game was so cool. And then like Noita came out, and it was just kind of like basically that as a roguelike. I played the fuck out of that. Toontown and Wizard 101. That brings me back. I never got into Toontown. I couldn't. I tried to like log in and it just didn't let me, so I just went back to Club Penguin or some shit. Oh, that makes sense. Well, also I was raised in Puerto Rico. I'm born and raised and living in Puerto Rico. So, Puerto Rico, you know, isn't known for its technological advancements. So a lot of the culture here is go play soccer and, you know, get bullied by athletes. So there was definitely a huge, maybe that's what like made me kind of rebellious, is the constant wanting to do things I like and the constant no, you can't, you're not allowed to do those things you like. And then now that like you get more freedom as you grow up, you can do the things you like more often, and you're like, fuck you. Fuck you. Now I get to do everything I want. Oh, thank you so much, VRAV. Yeah, that's my content on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok. It's all the same. Just repost my shit everywhere and hope it does well on one of those platforms. But thank you. Oh, you're from Australia. All the good artists come from Australia. I've always wanted to go to Australia. Seems cool. That's not true. I've only seen the good ones then. Everything is footy. Footy is everywhere. What's footy? Is that just soccer? Another word for soccer? Aussie rules footy. What is footy? Footy sport. Oh. Football? Must be football. It's like rugby, but you can jump off other people. Jump off of other people? What does that mean? You gotta jump on top of people? It's like a video game. What are you guys playing over there? You won't want to go out to Australia for a while? Why? Why? Is it because of the spiders? They call it soccer in Puerto Rico. They call it both. They call it football or soccer. You know, if you're really, you know, if you're like in the streets and you're talking with a Puerto Rican friend in Spanish, you're gonna call it football. But some people just call it soccer. You know, it depends. I was raised. I went to a bilingual school, so I kind of got a bit of both. So I'm not sure. Neat. Okay, I think I got the loops done for these characters. Let's see. Anything that pops out. Oh, it's looking good. There's a little fur over here that I can fix. It looks good overall. This animation is supposed to be a collaborative music video I'm making with a couple of friends. I essentially just gathered a couple of like Twitter animators that I enjoy. I got them in a Discord server, and I was like, you make the music, and then the rest of us make like sections of the animation, and we put it all together and hope that it looks good. But yeah, so right now I'm just kind of making my scene, and I'm gonna give this to them and say like, okay, so someone do the background here, and if you want to do like the effects over this, go ahead. But basically the characters in this scene are gonna stay pretty much the same. Everything else might be tinkered with for the sake of consistency. Yeah, it's gonna rock if everybody else like does their part for sure. If it like, you know, if someone doesn't do their part, I'll probably just go and do it for them just for the sake of getting this done because I think it has potential to be fun. That's what's happening in Australia right now. That is why you wouldn't want to go there. What's happening over there? I don't know. Oh! Is it that thing where the government like has control over your social media or something? I heard something about like a law like passing where like they can have access to your social media if they want to. I don't know too much about that. I just like read an article briefly about that. Is that true? If Stepford says that they hate the government, the FBI is gonna jump on Stepford's front door and beat him to death. I think it's exaggerated. Stepford like just tried to comment and and the messages got deleted by the government immediately. That's the last we're gonna see of Stepford. Stepford is taken into the prison right now as we speak. There was a law that allows police to go through your social media if it's relevant to a criminal case. See, like that happens in the U.S. too. I knew it was exaggerated. They can apparently post as you. What? Okay, that's the weird part for sure. What the hell are they gonna do? They're gonna pretend they're you for the sake of like a court case or something? What the hell? What does that mean? Hello everyone, Andy here, coming to you live from Australia. You know, I heard the allegations and everything. I just want to say that I'm A-okay and not in a prison cell right now. Don't look into the case, okay? Everything's fine. That's sketchy as fuck. Oh, trying to catch out criminal group members? Okay, well I guess if it's in the name of justice, I can kind of see where they're coming from. You're gonna post "I'm stinky" on your Facebook profile like it's back in 2012. You know, I actually did that to there was back when I was in high school, a girl like left her cell phone in the lunch table, and I fucking accidentally guessed her password, which the odds are like super fucking small. And I did that, and I went on to Facebook and I said something really stupid, and I locked the phone again. And the next day she like made a post saying that she's been hacked. I'm like, you didn't get hacked, I just guessed your password. Funny shit. To this day, she'll never know. No, I never told her. And she doesn't know. And you don't know who it is. Yeah, you can. I'm still a little goblin. Nothing has changed, I believe. Do that to your sister. That's risky, doing that to a family member, because you have to see them the next day. Hey, 1600 PST. Yeah. Got my wizard beard growing on. I can't put it in my mouth yet. Almost there, though. I'll be a wizard someday. My mustache has gotten so long, though. That's something I can put inside my mouth. Makes eating cereal impossible and drinking water impossible too. Alright, so these characters pop in, and I think they'll just bounce back in space. You look more like a gnome than a wizard, no offense. How am I supposed to not take offense from that? Alright, well whatever, I'm a magical gnome then. No offense, but you look like a little fucking gremlin. Alright. Fair, I guess. Yeah, I'll look like a wizard someday. Just so you wait. Hey, thank you for cheering 100 bits. VR. Vrav. Gnome-esque visuals. I guess I am a gnome. I'm not very tall, so I guess it kind of fits with my aesthetic. I'll just accept the hobbit that I am. There's a lot of animators I met in college that look exactly like me. There's something about being like short, bearded, and having glasses that makes you an animator. Something in the genes. Python says, good thing I'm not short. Yeah, could you imagine being short? So sad. My glasses are inside my eyes. I have contact lenses currently. But, yeah, so I'm working on a music video that's phone resolution, and I want to post it on Newgrounds. And last time I posted a phone resolution on Newgrounds, people were not angry about it, so that's good. But, like, I wish there was, like, how hard would it be, I wonder, to have a Newgrounds app on your phone? That doesn't exist, right? Newgrounds on the App Store. I feel like that would be great. I'd love to see some like fun resolution animations from Newgrounds on my phone. There's also been like some games in that like resolution too. Yeah, see, no Newgrounds. Bunch of weird shovelware. Friday Night Funkin' apps. That's for sure. They gotta get on that. Yeah, I've never tried even uploading anything from mobile. I guess Newgrounds doesn't want to become like digestible, like shit posting phone site. It's supposed to be like quality stuff, but I think you can like keep that in mind and also be on mobile. Hopefully there's plans for that in the future at some point. That would be cool, I think. Because I was talking to another Newgrounds person and they told me that the new kids actually prefer downloading things than they do playing it off of the internet. Can you believe that? because like kids were raised like downloading apps from the app store. They've like their consciousness has been trained into, oh, if I play something on a website, it's downloading malware or something. It's weird. But if I download it, it's more safe. Like, it's the other way around usually. But it's interesting how that's worked. So I think Newgrounds is actually working on trying to get a section of video games that can be downloaded straight from Newgrounds. Cause like I had some of the people from Newgrounds say, so when are you gonna put like this game thing on Newgrounds? And I'm like, man, if I knew how to fucking port it to like what Newgrounds runs on the web, I would do it. But the engine I use doesn't allow me to do that. I use a fucking software that nobody knows about. I use Adventure Game Studio, AGS, because like I don't know anything about programming, so I decided to use like an engine that's like for people who don't know how to program. And so I've gotten really good at it, and I found out that like you can, I don't know how to, I use this. Yeah, I use this. Oh god. No, it's not like RPG Maker. It's like the RPG Maker of point and click games. I swear, it's much cooler than what it looks. It's most of the games that are made on this looks like crap, but I swear it's actually a really good fucking game engine. You can do, it's so flexible. So it's really wonderful because all you do is like you drop in like drawings and you can draw like the walkable area on it, and you drop in like character drawings and you can assign them like animation views, and next thing you know you got like a character walking in the space that you drew, and you know, it's really cool. I mean, it looks ugly here, but that's just because this guy isn't much of an artist. But I used AGS to do like that last thing I made, which wasn't really much of a game, but this new thing that I'm making is definitely gonna feel like a point and click and battle system hybrid. Feels like there's so much potential in this in that game engine. Yeah, the random memory thingy. That was made using Adventure Game Studio. It didn't have to be, but I was learning how to use it, and I decided why not. That can't run on Newgrounds, unfortunately. Looks cool even if it's malware. It's not malware! It's not malware. Yeah, definitely. Limited engines do push a lot of creativity. Just look at RPG Maker. But the only reason why I decided to use AGS, well, besides the fact that I didn't know how to code and I wanted to like get into it in the easiest way possible, was also that like, yeah, there's a lot of artists that get into game making using RPG Maker, right? And I'm just like, well, I want to do that, but not using RPG Maker. And AGS seemed like the perfect tool for that. And I encourage anyone else to like learn how to use it because it's super fucking user friendly, and it allows you to like, once you get the hang of it, it's really it gives you a lot of freedom, more than RPG Maker, believe it or not. People are making 3D engines in Scratch. Can Can I publish on Steam? I mean, I can. Yeah. But that costs money. And I'm only gonna like put things on Steam if I'm gonna like charge for it. I don't see the point of trying to pay $100 to get a game on Steam if it's free. Might as well just put it on itch.io. That's it. If it can publish to exe, you can publish to Steam. Yeah, of course. Definitely. That's a wonderful part of this engine too, is like, it's super fucking hard to like data mine it. It's an exe and that's it. Like, you got an exe and that's where everything's stored in. Like, you can't go into the file folders and look at all the cutscenes or look at the sprites and look at the sound files. You got an exe, and if you don't know how to get to something, good fucking luck. And that's really good because that gives the artist the power of hiding shit easier. But that also can be bad if the artist like only has an exe and he's trying to like back something up because it like the other stuff got corrupted, in which case you're fucked. Oh, that's looking cool. It's like, I'm leaving now. Cool. Oh, it has a slower load time. Yeah, that's something about that I learned about compiling games. Is the first time I have a friend who like works at Google, and I showed him the random memory thing game to him, and he was like, "Why is this almost a gigabyte?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It's just animations and sound files." And he's like, "What did you use for a sound file?" And I was like, "I used .wave." And he's like, "No, no, no, no. You use .ogg." And I'm like, "I've never used .ogg." So that's why it's important to make small things before you make big things, so that you can make all the rookie mistakes. You know, thank God I checked with a programmer before I published the game. Otherwise, I think I would have had people mad at me. So I had to go and replace all the files with OGGs. But I have this weird glitch where if I use OGG, like if the sound loops, it takes like, there's a section where you can tell if music loops where it like pauses before it starts again. And I'm just like, what the hell? That didn't happen with .wave. I don't know. And then he was like, just use .mp3. And then I went onto the like publishing section of Adventure Game Studio, and it said like, if you're using .mp3s, you could get in trouble because of licensing. And I'm like, what? You can fucking use MP3s? What a weird rules. I don't know how strict that is. Hello, Envcord. Sure, I'll hit you up for any HTML5 stuff, for sure. Oh, that's good to know. I never knew anything about that. Okay, cool. You have plans on making a point and click game, but you'll be using Unity. I highly suggest not doing that. But if you really need to, then go ahead. But Unity, like, make things more complicated than it has to be. I think there's like a plugin for Unity that's called Adventure, like, Creator or something that facilitates things. So maybe you could like use that. Oh. OGG for sound effects, MP3 for the music. Cool. Good to know. MS Paint like animations? Okay. That sounds like... Sure. Give it a shot. MS Paint is like a bitch to animate in because it doesn't have any animation on. Unless you're doing it on another program that just happens to look like MS Paint. Let's listen to some weird music. With Game Maker, you can make about anything as long as it's 2D. Yeah. You know, I want to like... So, like, I've got this battle system going on using Adventure Game Studio, and it works surprisingly well. And, I want to be, like, the guy who figures out how to do not point-and-click games within a point-and-click game engine. So that's going to be like my next step. I'm going to try to do like an arcade like platformer or something on a point and click engine. And like you can do shit like that in that game. It's just like really strange, which like allows you to create limitations to become features. Which is a lot of fun. Oh, you have Ace Bright? Oh, that's cool then. Cool. Alright, well, I think I got this scene done. I've got some other shots that I can jump into. Let me see. Let me look at the other shots that I can work on. Okay, cool. It's presented as a point-and-click engine, but once you delve deeper, you realize it's just name tags and stuff. Labels meant to make things easier. Yeah, that's interesting to think about. A game engine is a game engine, no matter how you look at it. It's like, it's really simple to its core, but it's like you can just make shit like, it's as easy as just like, if character touch thing, character variable, character HP equals character HP minus 1, close bracket. Shit like that. And it's like, there you go. Now you made it so that it loses HP when it touches a thing. It's like, oh my god, it's so easy. And it's awesome. Construct is a very simple, no programming engine that has similar rule-based programming. Yeah, I've seen a lot of games on Newgrounds made in Construct. Most definitely. I just never like got the guts to ever try any one of those things. And the reason why I got the guts to jump into AGS was simply because I kept getting comments of people saying, make a point and click, make a point and click. I'm like, okay, I will. I started learning it and I'm like, hey, this isn't so bad. I was making a big deal out of it. Alright, so here I'm gonna have to draw the next scene. Hello, Mao. What's a feature I wish Sprite had? So, in Flash, what you can do in, let me lower the volume a bit. Oh, never mind. So in Flash, what you can do in Adobe Flash or Animate or whatever you call it, you can take a line and then there's like a tool called the smoothing tool that redraws the line for you. And what that does, it kind of gives it a keep alive where they like, you see what I have to do here, where I had to like trace over the same drawing to make it like wobble in place. In Flash, you didn't have to draw it over and over again. You can just take the drawing, press the smooth tool, and it redraws it for you since it's vector based. This is not vector based, so you can't do it here. But I really wish there was some kind of plugin or feature or something that allowed it to smooth like my pixel stuff. It was slightly distorted. That way, so I don't have to go and redraw it in order to give it a keep alive. So that's one feature I've always wanted from Sprite that it doesn't have. I don't really mind the lack of audio editing in this program since there's workarounds for it, but the smoothing thing could save me a lot of time, I think. It would be, I feel like it would be super useful, and also like, wait, what was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was gonna say. It'd be cool, but I think the reason why they haven't done that is because they don't really treat Sprite as like a cartoons program. They treat it more as like a pixel sprite for video games. So yeah. That's why they haven't really done anything like that. I'm kind of a weirdo by treating a sprite as a cartoon program. People usually use this for, you know, for in-game animations. I wish there was a proper file manager. Wait, what do you mean? What's wrong with the file management here? What's wrong with this? Is this what you mean? I use it to make like 32 by 32 game sprites, never something as big scale. Yeah, this is the size that I'm using right now is 384 by 216. That like when you multiply it, it turns into 1920 by 1080. So it's perfect for pixel arted widescreen animations. What's so wrong with this? I think this is fine. I think this works. I use a tablet. So I'm literally treating this program like low-res Flash. Alright, gotcha. I gotta say, one of the best things from like being able to chat with people on the internet when you have like a following is just finding people that like know what you're talking about. Like I started understanding all this like terminology and like internet flash lingo since I was like in like I don't know, 6th grade, 6th or 7th grade, and for the longest time I just haven't had anybody to talk to about it. And even in college, it's like most of them didn't do 2D animation, so it's like I have no one to talk about like pirating Adobe Flash and shit. And now that I'm finally like 23 and 24, I finally found people online that like went through what I went through. So it's like, damn, it's only been 20 years. So I finally find a crowd that has like I can relate to. Oh, you know what? I've always wanted to do a game jam. Or be a part of a game jam. I've never actually. I don't know people. I guess now I do, but like I never knew any like coders. So I never could participate in game jams because I didn't have a programmer friend. But I would love to participate in game jams. I love 24-hour competitions and shit like that. They're so fun. I participated in a lot of 24 animation competitions back in college. They were like, I hold those memories so dear to me. Yeah, duos or trios sounds like a blast. That's definitely my bucket list. When I find some time, I'm gonna jump into a game jam. Yeah, I agree, Stepford. Definitely. Yeah, I just grew up in a normal school, like in high school, like it wasn't an art school or anything, so everybody was just like in their own path while I was trying to like figure out how to use Flash. And so imagine how awkward it must have been. Like the closest artistic experience I had in early school was me grabbing friends and being like, we're gonna make a movie. You'll be my actors, and I have the camera and a script and some cardboard. Like, let's get down to it. So it feels really good to finally find people with similar interests at some point. Most of the people who like went to Newgrounds, like are people who had that urge to create, but didn't know where to go. So it is kind of a beautiful community because of that. Like there's just some people who are like born with this like passionate fire of like, I need to fucking tell a story right now. And Newgrounds was kind of like that for a lot of people. Which, like, I kind of like feel sad that I couldn't do too much stuff early on in my life in Newgrounds, because at the time, by the point that I was finally getting good enough to put stuff on Newgrounds is when I started college, and the college I decided to go to was so fucking heavy with homework that I never had any time to post anything there other than like some class assignments that like could qualify. But now that I finally have a chance, it's like pure glory. Damn, you got 22 out of 1,750 submissions. It's a power move right there. That sentence of I don't care if I have to die in the streets, all I care about nowadays is just making shit with cool people. That's like the Newgrounds stamp. Like, yep, they're from Newgrounds. That's been my philosophy my whole life. My whole life has been like, I need to figure out how to make money off of the things I like to do so I can keep making this fun stuff forever. Like, I don't care if I'm starving. And there were a lot of independent animators like back before Newgrounds started that had a similar like philosophy. There was like Ralph Bakshi, who did Fritz the Cat, who like he went to a fucking con and he was like telling people like, forget Disney, who are telling you how you have to draw and how you have to voice act and how you have to do things. Like, grab a couple friends, grab like $3,000, which back in the day was like okay, like enough, and like survive off of crackers while you make a movie in someone's basement. And that's how like you did independent shit back in the 70s and 80s. And I kind of want to do that too now, at some point. Granted, $3,000 won't be enough, but you know, one day you'll have enough to do that kind of shit. It was kind of frustrating having to go to like school and then like everyone's like, I need to work for a company, I need to work for this company. It's like, I need to do cartoons I like. I don't care which is a company. Okay, so file manager, two things. First of all, I wish there was a copy to path. There was a way to copy the path of a folder I'm in. The second thing is that I want the ability copy a path. Like this? There's literally a pathfinder right here. This is a pathfinder. You can copy and edit that stuff, right? I want the ability to sort. Oh, you can't copy it, it's static? Oh, I didn't know that. Oops. The second thing is what? I want ability to sort files by something else other than alphabetical order if I download a ref from Google. Well, you can do all these things in the actual file explorer. But, I mean, yeah, I guess it would be comfier to have it in Sprite too. You said Disney at the time petrified the industry at the time from doing solo studios. And I feel like it kind of does it nowadays too. Yeah, it did. It did. Disney kind of like, I don't know how the fuck Disney did it, but Disney was able to convince everyone that this is how you do cartoons and any other way you do it is wrong. And it's like, what the fuck? Wrong. Everybody wanted to be like Disney. It's so annoying. Okay, so I'm gonna do a thing here where I take the same drawing and I'll go and redraw it later. But this is for the sake of like knowing where to put the hands. Cool. Yeah. That's annoying. The problem with like focusing on like making money and only on the making money aspect of the animation is you're gonna end up with a bunch of shit that looks the same for the sake of making the expected amount of money. How obnoxious. According to Ralph, they said if you don't have several talented artists, a bunch of money, a million pencil tests and such, you're nothing. Yeah, basically, I remember that. And then you go and watch Fritz the Cat and it's like, oh my fucking god, how is this so like organic and spontaneous? And it's like most of the dialogue was like ad-libbed. It gave it a fresh take. Either that or TikTok fart, Fortnite dancing sludge. Oh. I love that string of words. TikTok fart, Fortnite dancing sludge. My goodness. That sounds fun. Brand new sentences. Oh. Alright, cool. Now we got like a hand moving about. Some LSD Dream Emulator kind of shit right here. Can we see a demo of the animation? Yeah, I can play it from the start. Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Cool. This fucking rocks. Thank you so much, Stepford. And thank you, Nooftow. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. This has been just kind of a passion side project I'm working on while to give me something to do while I stream. But most of my time is spent on a music video that I'm trying to get done for early October. So this is just a fun collab thing to do in the little spare time I have. It's a lot of fun. It's cool to say that this was all done on stream. So yeah, now we need to have like this dog character like explaining something to a bunch of dogs, other dogs. I think it's a cool art style. It's like half, it feels like traditional animation on paper, but it just happens to be made on a sprite. So it's a lot of fun. Cool look to it. Where do I find this music? From Weird Games. So the cool thing about video game music is that they don't get copyright striked on Twitch for some reason. Mostly because you're allowed to play video games on Twitch. So you just get like the weirdest video game you can think of, and then you just play the soundtrack on YouTube. This is Moon RPG remixes, like music. I didn't like the game so much, but I like the music. Yeah, that's true. On YouTube, you can't really use other... Yeah, YouTube has the same problem. Are you using music that's not video game music? Okay, you're gonna get demonetized. Fuck you. Awesome. Oh, this is gonna be a cool... It's gonna be cool movement. Another thing I'd like from Sprite to get better at is the rotation algorithm thingy. Any drawing you make, the moment you decide to rotate it, completely fucks it. Doesn't matter if you got the rotation sprite thing enabled, it still looks pretty fucked. Like slightly fucked. And the more you do it, the worse it gets. Messy. I know. I know that's like a thing about pixel art. It's pixel art's not meant to be rotated. I know. Oh, pros and cons, I suppose. I just want the pixel art to maintain beautifully drawn, even if I decide to rotate it a little bit. Oh well. I'm thinking like a Flash animator right now, not as a pixel artist. You know what's one good thing about moving from Flash to Ace Bright is you don't get to complain about brushes no more. Brushes are as good as you make them to be. Yeah, could work. It's already a really ambitious program for just being like $20 forever. Oh man, I'm gonna love this movement so much. Any good programs to make GIFs from MP4s? Yeah. You go to Google and you put GIF to MP4. It's called Easy GIF. I've used this all the time from turning, wait, what did you say? GIF? Yeah, it turns MP4s into GIFs. Wait. Or GIF to MP4. It also turns it MP4 to GIF. Let me put MP4 to GIF. Yeah. Here. Easy GIF for sure. Easy GIF is like oh yeah, it's perfect for itch.io thumbnails, definitely. But yeah, yeah, use that. It's great. And Easy GIF is like the one, like the best one for like maintaining quality. All the other ones I've used like have been compressed to shit. You know what's really funny? I wake up in the morning and the first notification I see on Twitter is someone tagging me saying, in 3 months time, Andyland will make another birthday video. 25th birthday, if I'm not mistaken. I hope he lives to make a video from every song by The Caretaker. I forgot to like it. But that's pretty funny to be reminded that you have to make an animation in 3 months and that your birthday's coming up. It's like, fuck, 3 months already? That was quick. Another thing to add to the list of shit to do. Good thing I prepared for it. I have a script written for the 25th birthday. And I was supposed to keep my word and make it cute, but it's just gonna come out scary again. I can't help it. It's gonna come out scary. Been using Giphy and it's been eating my pixels. Yeah, I've used Giphy for the longest time, and then I found out of EasyGIF. Yeah, Giphy fucks up the compression real bad. Scary cute is the best cute. I love scary cute. Is there like a name for that genre? For like things that start out cute and then end up going south and scary? Mixing cute with scary? Cause that's like my favorite fucking shit ever. If I could like work for a company that specifically does that type of shit, like I'd be so down. Like, don't hug me, I'm scared falls into that category, you know? Deviously cute at first for the sake of the shock value later. Petscop also falls into that category too. Evil intentions behind its cute manners. It really needs a term. Doki Doki Literature Club. I feel like at this point there has to be a genre for that, because there's been a lot of them in the past couple of years, I feel. Eerie, uncanny. Yeah, those are blanket terms for sure. Because you can just, like this is just, let's make something uncanny real quick. I was about to just draw fucking salad fingers. I'm just drawing salad fingers. Well, I guess that's how you know it works. Yeah. Something's like wrong. It's just straight up salad fingers. He is an uncanny little fella, isn't he? Yep. Hello, I like rusty spoons. Oh, that's funny. He's just stopping by. I'm on my way to buy more rusty spoons. I feel like Newgrounds definitely made me enjoy cute and horror at the same time. Just because like within the same like couple of months you see something as cute as There She Is, and then the next day you see Salad Fingers. And like both are equally as entertaining in its own way. Yeah. There was one time where, like, as a kid, when I was in Newgrounds, this is the only time ever where as a kid, I had to step away from the computer and take a break and, like, not come back in a couple of weeks. Where, like, I just loved Mario so much as a kid. When I went to Newgrounds one day and I was checking the library, right? I would just spend my day, like, looking through old libraries of old cartoons uploaded there since, like, late 1990s. I saw one animation of Mario and it was really desaturated, and he went to this room and he was like, "It's me, Mario," and everybody's like, "Fuck you, Mario, get out of here, no one wants you." And Mario's like, "But guys, me, Mario," and then he went to like a bathroom stall and he was like crying, and I had to I turned it off, I turned the computer off, and I was like, I don't ever want to see something like that ever again in my fucking life. As a little 7-year-old boy or something. It was so weird seeing like a happy-go-lucky character crying because people were being mean to him. Like it was horrifying to me. If I go back and look at it now, I'm sure it's I'm sure it's stupid as hell. But at the time, it was just horrifying. Dude, salad fingers to this day is still scary. Like, there's some salad fingers episodes that have genuine, like, jump scares that freak the fuck out of me. Especially when he's playing with the little puppets. To this day, they're still fucking creepy. Aged well, if you ask me. Creepy stuff that make you feel weird. Yeah. Ooh. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, shit. No, I've never named my layers in my life. It's so funny. You're one of the very few people who point that out. Never, ever, 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 ever in my life have I named layers. I mean, sometimes I have, like, if things get too complicated. But, but no, because the problem is in this, in this section, like, a layer might be called boxing gloves, but then I go into the next scene, and boxing gloves suddenly turns into, like, head layer. So, like, do I make a new layer for it? No, I don't want to have 200 layers. I'm resourceful. But not really, because I have, like, 13 layers, which is kind of crazy. I don't know. I'm really unorganized when it comes to that. But I've been, like, scolded back in animation school, where I had, like, professors come up to me and be like, why are none of your layers named? And I'm like, because I don't need to have a blade. I know which each one is. I know that layer 5 is the head. I'm not passing this on to anybody. It's fine. And my professors would be like, no, no, no. Oh well. You know what? They didn't have layers back in traditional animation. You couldn't name them. I mean, I guess you could. You could have written on the paper. These kids playing on the playgrounds and it's super desaturated. No, I can't think of that. You have to get a little bit more specific than that. There's this one CalArts animation of kids in a playground, but it's not really desaturated though. You guys ever watch this? You guys should watch this one. There's a man in the woods. This animation for the longest time is something that I like went back to look at. It's super good. I'll put it here for you guys to watch. Someone pouring Coke on a raw steak, and when worms started crawling out of it, a big scary clown jump scare happened. That sounds terrifying. Oh my god. That sounds like some weird artsy-fartsy abstract film. Oh man, I'd be scarred too. There's been a lot of videos that scared the shit out of me as a kid. Like, it's kind of pathetic to look back on, where it's like something like Bigfoot found in his Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. So, did you see that? Look back again, and it would just put the classic screamer zombie girl. Haha, got you. And I would run away from the room and scream. The worst fucking thing that ever has jump scared me is that Korean animation, comic with the girl walking down the street. The first time I saw that, and I saw the fucking comic like scroll by itself, like I shit bricks. I screamed at the top of my lungs and my whole family got scared that something bad happened. I was like, I've never in my fucking life seen a comic scroll by itself like that. It was so genius, but also incredibly horrifying. Yeah, look, we got this character talking or waving his hands as he's talking. There's gonna be a crowd of people like looking at him in the background as he's talking, and probably some speech lines coming out of him. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to shade him. I could probably do that real quick. I'm scared from even looking at that comic. I can't even look at that comic. Yeah, go give it a look and make sure you have your speakers turned on at full volume. Nope. Nope. Yeah, that is definitely the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. Or it's up there. Have you guys seen like any good horror movies lately? Because if you have, let me know. I'm a sucker for that shit. I've been binge watching all of A24's horror films, and it's so fucking good. There's one specific thing where the character brushes his teeth and you can and you see it's a toothbrush, but then it becomes a razor and you scroll back up. I saw someone talk about that. Yeah, and then you like, but I swear to God, it was a toothbrush. That was really clever. I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw someone like react to that, but I never read the actual comic. I have to look that up. I'd like to read that comic in its entirety. Something like that's okay for me. Like I can see, like it'd be cool to have a comic like shift its past panels, and then you scroll back and it changed. But like when a comic takes control of itself and it starts animating, I can't do that. I can't do that. That freaks me out too hard. Piece of media that subverges expectations, which is so rare. We're so used to having control of everything that when the page starts scrolling by itself, it's so fucked. That is like, that right there, the subverging expectations, I feel like it's key in horror media. The more out there something is, the more successful it can be. That's why Doki Doki Literature Club and I Am Scared were so successful. That whole like subverging expectations and getting you to do things you'd never expect to do. That's genius. Hard to come up with, but once you do, once you get something, it's gold. I'm Scared is one of the best games ever. That game is so fucking good. Yeah. And most trailers are awful. You can't watch trailers for horror films. You're just spoiling yourself. Except if it's like a really good trailer, which just shows very little. But most of the time it's not. Most of the time it shows you everything. Damn, who am I? Plastaboo? This looks like some kind of Plastaboo drawing. It's funny. All you need is like something like that. Damn. Plastaboo. Made this. Cool. Still go back to play I'm Scared. Played it with my friends who never saw it before, and it was so fun watching them get so freaked out. That's why when I watched Petscop, I was like, this is revolutionary. I wanted to see, like, I was hoping for some kind of playable content that would come out of Petscop. I want to see more like ARG media, interactive ARG media. So cool. I'm Scared and the Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion are like one of the closest ones to hit that kind of genre. That shit could show you something awful, genuinely uncomforting, and have the story and horrifically with no compromise. Oh, an indie horror film. Goes for 15 minutes. Yeah, those indie horror films are awesome. They leave you with that like, what the fuck just happened kind of deal. That's why Marble Hornets was so wonderful once that came out. People literally didn't know what to expect. There was so much unspoken in Marble Hornets that people just didn't know what to make of it. Genius for its time. Yeah, I only play indie horror, like indie games, really. I don't really play many AAA stuff anymore. The indie stuff is the funnest. Cause like I feel like indie content is like you're given not a big budget, so you have to work with what you got, but you still have to work really hard to be unique and figure out some new stuff. And like that makes people who absorb media often satisfied to see new ideas into the table. Whereas AAA stuff, it's like, well, we could just keep doing the same thing over and over again and we'll keep getting profit. Sad but true. Indie horror games will be like, oh yeah, time to change your background to a dead animal. Yeah. There's also like, there's a lot of shitty indie horror games, unfortunately. I've been watching a lot of Let's Players play indie horror games, and there's a lot of like PT remakes. But the ones that are good, like, they're really fucking good. That's why, I feel like that's part of why I like horror genre a lot. It's like such a difficult thing to get right. I feel like AAA films don't usually do them because they're so risky. It's so easy to fuck them up. That's why I like give huge props to A24, who keeps pumping out excellent shit. Watching Marble Hornets back in the day was an experience. I would literally like stay over at a friend's house till like 3 in the morning. We were just watching Marble Hornets, and it's just this dude going through a forest like, and then it cuts to black. Alex had to go home, but I got some tapes that I found. Let's watch them. Happy birthday to you. Still frame of Slenderman in the background. It turned into static. I'm so flippin' scared, guys. I am interested in VR. In fact, I have my own VR. I have the Valve Index, but I haven't been able to use it much because I'm so fucking busy. So, like, the problem that I have with VR is I have it, I love it, I want to keep exploring it, but I have to continue doing my commissions, my freelance, my music videos, my personal work. So like by the time that I do get a chance to go into VR, I'm fucking tired and I have to calibrate my room because I changed it a little bit last time I played, and I have to make sure the battery is charged for the controllers, and I need to like make sure I have the energy to stand up for the next 3 hours. But I love VR. I played the fuck out of Pavlov. In fact, I kind of got VR a lot because I wanted to play Pavlov so badly. I mean, first-person Counter-Strike like VR Counter-Strike sounded so fun, and it was a lot of fun. And I want to keep playing it at some point. What's my favorite horror movie? That's a good fucking question. I don't even know if I can answer that. List of horror movies. I've seen so many horror movies, but I can't like name them from the top of my head. Mostly because their names are like Alive, Oxygen, Host. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to remember these one-lettered movies? Platform is so fucking good. I love Platform so much. Platform is definitely up there. Midsommar was fucking amazing too. And I liked Insidious a lot as well. Is there one that like stands out to me? What's one that like comes up into my head when I think about it? This one was garbage. Don't fucking watch Eli. Eli was so bad. Velvet Buzzsaw was okay, but it was more gore than it was horror. I can't remember. I've seen so many. I genuinely can't remember. But Platform is definitely up there. The good thing about, like, the cool thing about horror movies, I feel like if you watch a shitty horror film, it's still more entertaining than like a shitty regular film. In my opinion. Yeah, Platform is more of a thriller than horror, I guess. But it's kind of scary at times. It definitely is more thriller than horror. I don't know. Let me think. That second Ouija film, the first Ouija film fucking sucked, but the second one was really good. Look at how crazy this is. There was a Ouija film, right? Okay, so the first Ouija film, right? Absolute garbage. Stop it. 6 on tomato meter, right? Crap. Absolutely bullshit, right? The second movie made by the same people. 82. How do you go from 6% to 82? They like fixed everything. I think there was another movie called like Veronica, which I enjoyed a lot. I mean, just look at that thumbnail there. That's pretty scary. Yeah, this movie was really good. I liked it a lot. I liked it. Yeah. I might port it. Oh. I made a horror game for Scream Jam last year. It was so tough because it's not just about making a playable experience, but it's about making an experience that keeps you guessing / hides the limits and also stringing the spooks along enough. Yeah, I'm trying to make a point and click game and have a battle mechanic, and so far I have to take so many things into consideration. I have to go like, is this part scary? Did I pace it correctly? Is the battle mechanic fun? Is it like fair? Is a puzzle like readable? Like or will people be stuck? Are the characters it's like a million things to keep into consideration. But I think having a document to plan out your ideas and also just I don't know. Just have fun with it as you go. Helps. Yeah, taking constructive criticism if I've ever seen it. Absolutely. Is it scary after seeing it 130 times and it's lost all of its effect? Absolutely. And like if you like, yeah, when you play over an area, you're fucking speed running it because you know what to do in every like section. So it's like, oh my god, like this area is way too fucking short, and you give it to someone who's never played it before, and they like take like super fucking long to figure it out. That's tough. Same thing goes for animation too. Not like at the same scale, but in animation, like there's always that obligatory moment where you think to yourself, is this even any fucking good? Because you've seen the animation a million times. You're gonna like lose its effect by watching it. That's when you know, when you make an animation that you don't get like bored of watching over and over again, you did something right. Off did good with the whole something is wrong and it's creeping me out while still being fun. Yeah, the only problem that I have with Off was that the puzzles were extremely fucking like difficult for me. I needed to look up a lot of puzzles. I couldn't figure it out at the time. And also the constant, I don't like random battle encounters. I really don't. I like seeing the enemies and having the option to whether like skip them or not. And having like, it just discourages me from exploring, knowing that if I take 20 steps, I'm gonna get back into a fucking enemy fight. So I had a hard time with Off in that regard. Hey, see ya, Nido. Nido. See ya, Stepfort. Or, oh no, somebody else is saying about. I don't know. Oh, V-Ray, VR. Sorry, I'm getting tired too. Oh, actually, I'm gonna log off too. It's already 12:12. Let me take a look at this animation before I do that. See what I've accomplished in these 4 hours. Tripping over my own words. Yeah, stream's over. I usually always end the stream at 12. 4 hours is a lot. Rav, like Ravioli. Oh, thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing your name all the time. VR Ravioli. Sorry, Mir. Yeah, hey, thanks for coming to the stream, Stepford. It was nice talking to you. Feel free to like hit my DMs if you ever want to like collaborate on something or anything. But yeah, I'm happy with all this progress I've done today. Got these two guys rotating fists at each other, and got the crown going down the water, and I got the animation of this dog waving its arms as it talks to an imaginary crowd that I've not yet animated. Yeah, so I'm not missing too much from my scene. Missing a couple of other shots, and then I'm gonna give it to the team and see if they do something with it. And I'll probably start another personal animation. I didn't make all of this in 2 hours. I've made starting here in this frame. So from frame 138 to 206 is what I've made in 4 hours. So let me just highlight the chunk that I did in 2 hours. And I could have done more if it wasn't for the fact that I keep having to like redraw a lot of these frames, because mostly to get shit done quick, I like to copy and paste stuff, but for the sake of like traditional animation and trying to get it to look more organic, I did a lot of redrawing. But still good. I'd say this is successful progress in 4 hours. Cool. By the way, I finished the animation I talked about the other day. Nice, Mir. Great. That's good. I'd love to see it. Very fun stream. I drew the whole time. We'll post soon. Great. I'm glad to hear that people are productive during the stream. I hope I can create a fun space for people to focus on their stuff and also have background noise. Sometimes I need to like listen to background like talking while I get shit done. And sometimes I need to listen to music, but yeah. This has made me want to animate an Ace Sprite. Yeah, Ace Sprite is so fun. Once you get used to all of its quirks, you'll realize like how efficient it is at what it does. There's a lot of fun things that can be done in Ace Sprite. This is just the surface. There's like an automatic outline tool. There you can bring in, you can open up image sequences that you export from other programs and draw on top of that. You can take like real life footage and like grab that footage, pixelate it, index colors it to like crunch it up. You can manipulate the photography. I mean, it's the possibilities are endless with this program. I'm a huge fan of it for sure. But anyway, that's enough. That's enough for tonight. Hello, Tooth Juice, and goodbye. I'm about to end the stream. All right, well, good night, everyone. Thanks for coming, and I'll see you guys on Monday, where I'll probably continue more of this as I work on my music video off stream. Cool. Peace out. See ya. Bye-bye.